Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Karen Read murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Karen Read case, check out our video on it linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Did Karen Read murder her Boston PD boyfriend John O'Keefe, or is she being framed by local police who Read says are actually responsible for O'Keefe's death? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. All right, you guys, here we go. Happy Tuesday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We are back. We are back in the studio, in the office, whatever, same. We missed day 5. Well, I missed live streaming day 5. I got to watch it. Insanity, absolute insanity. Possible perjury by one of the witnesses that testified. Plus, we got to see the true magic of a truly high profile case. Oh, wrong mic. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Yeah, wrong mic. 1 second. Oh, it was a lot because I ran to grab my iPod or my AirPods at the last second because I'm like sitting here already, and then I realized, oh no, I totally forgot to grab my AirPods. So I had to like scurry over to go and grab them. Anyway, okay, so here we go. Okay, back on day 6. Day 5 was insane. Like I said, possible perjury. The magic of social media and high profile trials is somebody testifies to something and they've got a few photos to show, maybe there's a social connection, maybe there's not. And then over the weekend, an absolute deluge of photos from the public saying, I have a photo of the two of them together. I have a photo of the two of them together. I have one that's from, 6 or 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. So, they absolutely were together, and they were at a baby shower together. Or was it a bridal shower? I think it was a baby shower. So this is the kind of thing that happens in these kinds of cases as well, where something happens IRL in the courtroom and people watching are saying, I actually have information that I can provide here. We saw this during the Johnny Depp trial, which was like a number of times, right? The first one was the Milani makeup kit. This allegation of Amber Heard using the Milani makeup kit during like the beginning of their relationship. And then we find out from Milani themselves, oh, that makeup kit didn't actually exist at that time. So these things will happen during these high profile trials from time to time. And it's always wild to see. So we didn't get to see a resolution to that particular issue, but we did see a bunch of other stuff from the testimony yesterday that was, just an insane level of investigative botchery, like red Solo cups being used, unsterilized red Solo cups being used to collect blood, placed inside unsterilized shopping bags as opposed to a typical evidence gathering paper bag. Just so much stuff. So I'm going to be coming out with a recap tomorrow for days 5 and 6 together. So tomorrow morning, East Coast time. Hopefully, ideally the goal is always to get these recaps out before we start the next day of trial. But this is going to be a lot in one recap. So I'm going to really try to work hard to try to put everything together. I've already started working on it, but we'll see. Luckily today's a half day, so that gives me a little bit of extra time to sort of scurry to get this all together. So also, I know you guys want to see this. Folks always ask me, what's the lally tally? Well, here we go. I posted this on Twitter. So we've got day 1 was 101 times saying what, if any. Day 2 is 66 times. Day 3, 113 times. Day 4, 76 times. Day 5, 110 times. And just so that folks can follow my math, I always include the screenshots from the transcripts from like Court TV or Boston 10 or Law and Crime. One of the ones that doesn't have any commentary on it. So that the search for, if any, whether it's what if any, who if any, where if any, what if anything, you know, like, you know, anyway, so any of those, like when if any time, I guess we haven't heard that one yet, but hey, maybe we will. So all of those, you know, those are always up on Twitter. I get those up, you know, with the screenshots, so you guys can follow my work on that. Follow the tally. We are at 466 going into day 6. It's absolutely nuts. So here's an example of the screenshots here. Alrighty. So with that, absolutely wild. 466 so far. We are about a week in. Now we're gonna get to the courtroom here. And yeah, also, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but given how much tea was spilled on the Canton Police Department yesterday, I almost want to call this the Boston Tea Party trial. I don't know. I'm trying it on for size. Let me know what you guys think. But I thought it just, I don't know. To me, it feels like it kind of fits. But let me know what you guys think. All right, guys. All right. Aside from that, yesterday I think we left off with Sergeant Sean Goode, because we were still through his cross-examination, and we still had to get through the rest of it. I think that got cut off, but yeah. So, all right, I do see some approvals for the Boston Tea Party trial. Oh man. So, all right. So let's continue with the testimony. I'm sure we're a few minutes behind as usual, but we will get caught right on up as soon as possible. As always, let me know if you got any questions in the chat. I will save them or pause and answer them. And otherwise, sound is already boosted, so hopefully we'll be okay with sound. Some of the folks in the courtroom, as we know, don't really like to use the mic, it seems like, or at least are not aware of their vocal strength when speaking into the mic. So, yeah. So yeah, but we'll go along with it as always. And also, yes, thank you, Draco. Amy, occasionally the mods will put this in the chat to remind you guys, if you do tag Legalbytes or put a question or the question mark emoji beforehand, it's easier for me to see so that I can save it or respond to it at the same time. And also, if you guys are here and you haven't done so already and you are enjoying the streams, please do like it. I always forget to say that, but please do like it. It does help us with the YouTube algorithm gods to sort of help push this out and more people, you know, kind of get some visibility on it and maybe want to join us for the Boston Tea Party. Okay. All right. Let's continue on here. I'm going to pass forward here.
Okay. Good morning. All right. We all set?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sergeant, you are familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department, the exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan. You put up to it to unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out. And to get out of the sally ports, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so that
Yes,
these last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Canton Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you say you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained. In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated response to that.
And do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or is that limited to certain officers at the department?
I don't believe I have access to that. I've never accessed
You've
that.
never accessed it. Okay. Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Ooh.
Okay.
I would offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them. The court can certainly take a look to make sure that.
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach justice to that?
Yes.
All right. Maybe we can time travel again. Oh, excuse me. Oh no, what's going on with the sound? Okay, hang on a second. Let me see if there's something wrong with the sound here. If it's just like me. Hmm. Hang on. Okay, I don't think it's me. I think it's just the sound didn't come on for a second.
Day.
There we go.
Did you go over your report?
My police report?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you looking for anything specifically?
No.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
I scanned over it.
A few minutes?
Sure. Yes.
Have you spoken to anybody about your report?
No.
Nobody from the Canton Police?
No.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes.
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Lank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
Not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay, so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Miss Roberts, Miss Reed, and Miss McCabe that morning.
Okay, but the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
Yes.
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
Can I see P and Q for identification, please? Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you first P for identification. You identified that yesterday, correct?
Yes.
We went over with the jury the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
Yes.
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF,
Yes.
call 22-449,
Yes.
date and time reported January 29th, 22 at 6:08.
Yes.
And the report date and time was January 29th, 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Goode, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like.
Really quick, Oliver Olson, thanks so much for the super chat. After watching a recap of yesterday, I think this clown show of a trial should have never been brought. The incompetence of the department is unreal. I think a lot of people are feeling that way. I was my jaw was absolutely on the floor several times during the testimony yesterday. It was absolutely bananas. So I'm with you there. I see reasonable doubt already all over this case because of the investigation. Brittany Paris with a question, new defense attorney. No, this is the other half of the main defense team. There are actually 3 attorneys on the team, it looks like. But this is David Yannetti. Sorry, I had his last name. First name I was blanking on. David Yannetti. He's the Boston native defense attorney. That's like one of the 2 leads. The other one is Alan Jackson. He's been getting a lot of. Alan Jackson's the one that I think has been getting a lot of like scene time because of the fact that his cross examinations have been the ones that have generally gotten some very high moments. So the highlights tend to come from his cross examination. So we've been talking about him a lot, but David Yannetti is also incredibly competent, very well done. He did the opening statements in this case, which went absolutely well. So both of them very, very good defense attorneys. Both of them former prosecutors, by the way.
With regard to those bits of information, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Yes,
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay, I don't know.
So regardless of when those 2 face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
Exposed?
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No, at
At
P.
P? Yes. P? Yes. It looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
All right. Those 2 documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions, if you
Okay.
don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay. Could I see those, please? Sir?
All right. Time travel time. Oh, and also the Lucian. I kind of like that reply from defense. Yes, it's a great way to easily kind of not put down the witness, but to sort of maintain control while not coming across completely like an a-hole. Just to say like, hey, look, you'll have a chance to explain on redirect. I'm sure, when the other side asks you some more questions that give you some room for that, but you need to answer the questions that I ask you. So he did it very, very well. All right. All right, come on, sidebar. This is a bit of a longer one. We've got some arguments going on, it seems. Oh, why is this? Okay.
I'm just getting the
All right.
exhibit.
Let's go back. Okay.
Questions you can ask while you wait for this.
I'm just getting the exhibit that I need, Your Honor. I appreciate it. All right, while I'm waiting for that, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the victim's brother and sister-in-law that we just saw on camera.
Okay, I've placed a photo before you, Sergeant Goode. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes,
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton.
Yes,
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
on the second face sheet that he gave me?
Yes,
Yes,
all right. And I'm showing you, if I may approach again,
Yes.
what has already been marked Exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay, and Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes,
I can take those back from you, sir.
cool.
Just do it like that. Where's the Elmo? Right here. Can you set that up? Published the I'm sorry. With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Fairview, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
Yes,
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
So Jerry Roth, to answer your question, I thought evidence was introduced before the trial. Am I wrong? There are multiple ways of doing it. So, you guys have probably heard of motions in limine. Those are motions that are filed by both sides before the trial happens. It can cover all kinds of things like, words that we're allowed to use, words that we're not allowed to use. Like, for example, calling the defendant a murderer. Like, the defense is going to want to make sure that nobody in the courtroom is calling her a murderer, because that's exactly what the jury's there to decide. It's kind of putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. So there are things like that. There are also ways that you can say, we want this expert to be, or this witness to be admitted as an expert. Here's all of their information. We want to sort of streamline this before we get to trial so we don't have to sort of like slow down with all of this trial process that typically happens in the courtroom. The same thing is true for exhibits. Sometimes they'll say they'll have this fight before trial happens over whether or not certain exhibits can be admitted. Once I will say, we absolutely want to make sure that this gets admitted, please make this determination ahead of time. Again, essentially for efficiency's sake. And then the other side might say, well, there's this piece of information that we received in discovery. We want to make sure that absolutely this does not come in because there's, no basis for it, or, what have you, whatever the arguments are. So that's one way to do that is through motions in limine. Then this is like the default actually is to have it introduced at trial. So you have the whole process of foundation of, making sure that, the witness that is testifying is testifying to having some sort of a base knowledge of the existence of the photo or the thing that's depicted in the photo, and then to be able to say, like, is this a true and accurate representation of the thing that you saw in real life? Yes, it is. And then they're able to admit that through that person. So that's actually the default way of doing that. But some of the steps sometimes will be sort of cut out from the presence of the jury just for efficiency's sake for the trial. So some cases you'll see the full thing played out, and then others, you'll see maybe a portion of it, or like it'll just already be an exhibit that's been admitted. So in this case, I think it might be a kind of a mix of both from what it looks like from the exhibits that we've seen so far. Okay.
42, thank you.
All right.
May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please. No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right
I
here.
don't have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
No wonder. Thank you, Steve.
Sure.
Yes, Doctor Who, 8675309, motions in lemonade. No, limine,
You put the
Limine.
stickers upside down, but, there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as Exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you've previously identified as your reports. Or report, I should say.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay. And there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It will come in when the jury actually gets it. We'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
No of A42. Any idea if this lawyer will speak? Only one I can barely hear.
Jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. All right, so then we'll basically get caught up.
Yeah, they're all follow me. All rise, jury out.
So that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I mean, I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Understand.
Okay, and that can't happen.
Understand.
So fix them. Do we have scissors, Mr. Clerk? Thank you.
Okay.
So why don't you fix them, run them through a copy machine. All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, and it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and weeks. Let's not squander it by, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along. All right. I'll be out in 5 minutes.
All rise, please.
So, yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of time wasted by cumulative witnesses, I would think. Interesting that she's saying that. I do agree. I think there's definitely been a lot of time wasted. I will say that, maybe you can point to the defense at some points. Actually, I really don't think so. They've been so laser sharp for the most part. But I think that, I really hope that the prosecution takes that. Ooh. You okay, Andy? If you guys heard a yelp, I think she just woke herself up. Hey, Pop. Hi, what are you doing? Okay, so to answer your question, I don't know if he's going to speak up. I think sometimes he tends to stray from the podium, so sometimes he's not so much nearby a mic, unfortunately. Let's see. Let's get some more questions here that I have saved. Yusuf. Sorry, I think I skipped over this before. Question: what happened to the new pictures of Katie McLaughlin enough to be brought in as evidence or for perjury? So they brought it up at the beginning of yesterday, but the judge said, "Hey, let's have another time to discuss this." The defense was like, well, we really need to make sure that this is in before we talk to Caitlin Albert, because she is supposed to be called as a witness by the prosecution. Prosecution said, well, we expect her to be called, sometime midweek, maybe Wednesday. And so the judge was like, okay, so we'll have this resolved before that point, before the time when Miss Caitlin Albert is called. So, very interesting to see that development. But as far as I know, there has not been a resolution to it. Maybe sometime today we'll see the judge make a decision on it. She suggested that perhaps those photos would be cumulative, but I don't think that they would be. I don't necessarily think that they would be, because there are different photos, including photos that are very recent from like 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. Whereas what she was saying was all of these photos are from 10 plus years ago. And that is reasonable. That's reasonable to, for anybody to listen to that and say, I had people that I was friends with 10 years ago that I'm not necessarily friends with today. And that's totally understandable. But when he starts showing her, well, you guys went to the same baby shower, and that was 8 months before he died, that's different. That's a very different situation, I think, to a lot of people. So being able to introduce those to show just how close that they in fact were, I think is a different story. And also that discovery issue that was the reason to keep that first group of photos out is different than now. Because remember, I said this, I think I said this during the live stream. I may have said it also during the recap. I at least said it once in one of those places, but it would have been one thing if the photos had come in, or if they had discovered those photos like right before trial or during trial or something like that, because they didn't have them to be able to exchange them, to hand them over to the prosecution so they could have them in discovery. According to Rule 14, my understanding of Discovery Rule 14 in Massachusetts. Now I know that there's a discrepancy about whether the photos were used for impeachment purposes. I may have been wrong on that part, actually, but regardless, I would agree with everyone that they should come in if they are the ones that have just been discovered during trial. They had no idea that the defense had no idea that these existed until people sent it to them in the middle of trial. That's the kind of thing that absolutely should be able to come in. They're not hiding it. They didn't have it. They didn't know about it to hide it. So, but anyway, regardless, to answer your question, that, as far as I know, has not come in, or that has not been resolved by the judge just yet. I think they have to revisit it. Steve, Legalbytes, are you trying to get a soda sponsor with that covering of the soda? I know. I would love to get sponsored by LaCroix. That would be great. I would love that. Maybe I'll talk to my brand manager and see if he can work on that. Doctor Who 8675309 with the prosecutorial shenanigans. How close is the defense getting to file motions to dismiss? I feel like it's coming with the way things are going. I mean, well, so what's going to happen is at the end of the prosecution's case in chief, the defense is going to stand up and say, Your Honor, we, oh my gosh, sorry. M. DeLorean, don't pour your drink in a solo cup. That actually, That actually would be kind of a funny meme. maybe I will start buying some red Solo cups just to laugh at the pure insanity, right? Because if we don't laugh sometimes with some of the stuff that comes out in these absolutely insane cases, we are going to cry, because how horrible is this for just justice that things like this are happening during an investigation. Anyway, but to get back to your thing, sorry, ADHD thing. So get back to your question, Dr. Who. So what's going to happen is at the close of the prosecution's case in chief, the defense is going to stand up and say, Your Honor, they have all the burden here. They have not met their burden. There's no scintilla of evidence. There's no chinchilla of evidence, if you will, as we like to say in the chat, the chinchillas of evidence. Sometimes chinchillas of elephants, even. But basically, where they say there's not even a speck of evidence, as to at least one essential element to say that Karen Reed is guilty of murder here, or guilty of the DUI, or any of these things. And so anyway, so they make that argument and say, and therefore we should have this case be dismissed. It shouldn't go to the jury. We shouldn't even have to put on the defense case in chief. And the judges say, well, yada yada yada. They'll go back and forth, argue between prosecution and the defense. They'll both give their best arguments for that. And then the judge typically in the most cases, I actually I would be absolutely stunned. It would be a very dramatic moment if the judge was like, okay, case dismissed. We're not even going to get to the defense case in chief. Jury is not going to hear it. The reason why is because most judges the jury system, I've talked about this before. The jury system really values juries, really trusts juries. Judges really have a hard time taking decisions away from the jury, whether that is before the jury makes a decision during trial or after the jury has made a decision, and removing that decision that has already been made. There has to be a really good reason, some really extraordinary things that have happened that are good reasons for taking that away from the jury. Baz 80s question: if they did get a motion to dismiss, would that mean she couldn't be retried? Yes, because that would be on the merits. Okay, it sounds like we've got some movement back in the courtroom. And actually, I didn't even skip through. I totally could. We're still a little bit behind here.
One above the other.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
Okay. Sergeant Goode, you have previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Goode, correct?
Yes.
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
Yes.
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
Yes.
The identical date and time reported, correct?
Yes.
The identical report date and time, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the identical officer.
Yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo,
He just ignores the question.
piece of tail light that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022.
That's what
correct?
it is.
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
Trooper
I didn't
Michael
take the
Proctor?
supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But it doesn't
But
say supplemental report, does it?
Given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Goode, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone read
This is so bad. Okay, so yeah, I had taken a screenshot of it when it showed up on screen, and I looked back at it. It does not say supplemental report. So he's calling it a supplemental report, but anybody looking at the face of that face sheet is going to look at it and say, well, this is the report. It was just printed on, the 20, wait, what was it? The 25th? Is that what the first one said? Page 1. Okay, so one of them was printed on January 30th, 2022. The other one was printed on October 25th, 2022, and that was the one with the taillight on it. I mean, that definitely suggests that on the day of the incident that they found pieces of taillight at the scene. And I mean, the fact that it's not flagged to say this is something that was found later, it was just replaced. The original photo was just replaced without any kind of a notation of it, to show that it's supplemental, to show that it's been updated. That is this like they keep looking dirty. They keep looking dirty. I don't understand. Like, does the prosecution not see this? Does Canton PD not see this? That like anyone who is digging deeper into this case, you keep looking at the evidence as it's being collected, the reporting that is sometimes conveniently not reported, as we saw yesterday with Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, where he had no notes of the incident, he had no report that he made on the incident, and then also like he didn't actually exactly know where John O'Keefe's body was, but he was directing other people to it. Like this is just more BS coming from Canton PD that is just it does not look good. It looks so shady. It looks incredibly shady. This is the kind of thing. So, first the evidence issues from yesterday, the non-sterile red Solo cups that were used and to collect blood samples and then placed in non-sterile brown paper shopping bags from Stop and Shop. That looks like, some dum-dums, acting as police officers who don't know what they're doing, investigating a murder scene and just like not knowing which way is up and down. Like that's the impression that you get from that. This is where things do start to look like maybe there's a conspiracy because of the fact that something has been completely replaced without any kind of notation, without any kind of supplementation. Like anytime, it's like we sometimes rail against journalists, right? When they update an article and they don't have a section where they say, and this has been updated. This was updated on this date at this time to include this information or to correct this information. Like this kind of reporting, whether it comes from journalists or whether it comes from police reports for a crime scene, this is what we expect so that we maintain a record of what information was known and when. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. And this is the thing is that like, regardless of which perspective you're looking at it from, whether you're looking at it from the perspective of John O'Keefe's family, or you're looking at it from Karen Reed's family, or Karen Reed herself, like this is just, they all deserve better. They all deserve better than this. This is ridiculous. I would not want my family member to be the defendant in this case or the victim in this case. I mean, just regardless generally, but especially in this particular case because of what is going on with at Canton PD. Okay, sorry. That's a little bit of a rant. Let's Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Okay. I at the end of the rant, I was like, yeah, it's worth it. Bats 80's question. At this point, they look incompetent at best or crooked at the worst. Can the prosecution save it, or is any real evidence now going to look dodgy? I wouldn't trust any evidence at this point. I think the defense has done such a good job of just right from the get-go saying there's a problem here, there's a problem here, there's a problem here. At every step of the way, there's an issue. And the problems are getting bigger as we go along. Like, that's the thing, is like, we thought it was bad back then when the original, the first report, had the wrong address and the wrong like order of who showed up and when and at what time. We thought that was bad. I mean, holy cow. Like, look at this crap. So yeah, I if I'm on the jury, I don't trust anything coming out of any police officer's mouth in this case. And I don't trust the DA, especially after what Lieutenant Paul Gallagher said yesterday, when he was like, well, I would take it as a fact if it came from ADA Adam Lally. Like, just like that does not help. That really does not help. For you to look like you're an independent, person who's coming in with information that is just truth with a capital T, as opposed to truth that is bent towards a particular side. You are not helping with that appearance. Okay, I'm ranting again. All right, folks, let's continue with the testimony. All right.
Reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m. That's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down. And we need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well,
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
with the clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So Sergeant Goode, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regard to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes.
And he is currently, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had a guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
No, you were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lank. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what was that in regard to, sir?
it was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Why, if
So
any,
there was
why?
a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. But I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time, clear off the windshields.
I'm sorry, but the what if anything happened as far as snowfall is concerned? Like, you could just say, like, did the snow continue? Like what happened with the weather moving forward? You know, specifically as to the snow. It's so. I know we've talked about this a million times, but it's just so frustrating. Just ask a normal human question. Okay.
It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day and the afternoon, what, if anything, did you observe about the snowfall at that point?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as your narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front of the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
And what's the point in having a face sheet?
You were handed two exhibits.
Like, of course it has a purpose. What's the point in having a face sheet? So that you can get the basic information at the very front, bottom line up front, the most important pieces of what's important about having, you know, like, oh, like, I guess face sheets just don't even matter. That's what the redirect is trying. That's what the prosecution is trying to say on redirect. It's so frustrating. Croak Manser, thank you so much for the super chat. Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance remains the best Liliasm IMO. I don't see him coming out with a sillier one than that. You know, sometimes, Elon Musk has a new Tesla that he wants to try out, self-driving Tesla. He wanted to test it out with ambulances. He just kind of threw a dart at the board and decided to start with Canton Fire Department, right? I mean, that's a possibility. But like, that along with what if anything happened next? Time stood still. Like, I don't know, Thanos' snap, and therefore, like, for a lot of people, just nothing. I don't know. Like, come on, man. It's very frustrating to listen to.
These are two parts of the report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the date that they were printed have in relation to what's on a face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report, and it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be different?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number 1 was the top photo, and now there was a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs? If you know.
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
It was Magic. Magic did it. Magic brought that new taillight photo to the front of this page.
Very briefly.
You had just talked about how Tim Albert was charged as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes,
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
for leaving the scene, yes.
Sure. Sergeant Lank actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Nothing further.
Jurors, you're to disregard that. All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Sergeant Michael Lank to the stand.
All right, so not yet. I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Ooh. Okay. Got another sidebar. Okay. Let's see here. Do we have any other questions saved from earlier? We do not. So I apologize if I missed one. I don't have it saved. I think I got everything though. Okay, but let's see if. Okay, it looks like there's going to be. Jury's going to go out for a bit. Debbie Faison Cook, if I missed it, please ask it again. Okay, let's see here.
Based on the voir dire, yes,
Okay.
to the defendant's case. So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of Chris Albert's involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight, called officers to assist him, the specifics of the allegations of the Lopolito brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there was subsequent police reports filed, and the local.
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to us.
We got those. We got those
All
last
right,
night.
it's okay. It's too late for the police reports, but go ahead and finish what you've got.
Right. Wait, just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Yeah. Mr.
Is this Lololitos?
Lopolito. Yeah.
Go ahead after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and I don't have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter. The fact
So what do you mean by subsequent revolution of the
they
matter?
were adjudicated not guilty, and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of Sergeant Lank the issue concerning Tim Albert and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
Yeah. It should not have been done.
Well, Your Honor,
Go ahead.
respectfully, the Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
The last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
all right, but this was specific. We should have, and it wasn't objected to, right? So Mr. Lally's question wasn't objected to. All right, so is that the end of what you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lally, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm going to allow you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lank with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity. So you must do it individually. And simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself, but keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lank on behalf of Chris Albert, as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped. You can get when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddy's comment, so you're not to specifically say that, where you just said you're going to outline what you did yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton. The role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lopolitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lopolito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lank had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's out. That was 22 years ago. Nothing, so you're not getting into the federal investigation that he was sued. I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. There are all kinds of reasons people can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court. So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness, Sergeant Lank, and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this, okay? And just as an aside again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police.
Citation.
I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them. So that the complaint was sought and that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports. So they went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And then the witness did testify that he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said, you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that.
So I'll just ask, were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested? I can
Okay.
leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll give you all a 5-minute break, and then we have to get going.
All rise for the court, please.
Let's get some questions here. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, says the judge just sustain everything from the prosecution, everything that the prosecution does. Not everything. She has overruled some objections by the prosecution, and she'll usually say like they can have this one, like, you know, or he can have this one. Like that's usually how she'll signal that she's overruling it rather than just saying overruled. But that's, I guess, her way of doing it. Oh my God, Indy is so tired. She joined us on our road trip, so she is car weary, I think. She's definitely like, this is usually positioning that she takes like later in the day, in the evening. So anyhow, the Lucian question, can you explain the objection on that one? It was something that happened in court. So is it public? So it's public knowledge, isn't it? I apologize. I don't, I should have answered this one like right away. I don't remember what the context was to be able to answer that. I'm so sorry. Stephen Horton, sorry if asked and answered. Did you stream yesterday? I missed it and don't see it on your channel. Yeah. So like I just mentioned, we, Mr. Bytes and I were on a road trip with our wonderful Indy over the weekend, and I couldn't make it back in time for yesterday's stream. I wanted to see if I could at least find Wi-Fi. So in the spot where we had stopped, or at least good enough Wi-Fi to stream, no Wi-Fi to speak of at all. So if you guys are following the playlist for this, I think I used the Court TV feed for day 5. I inserted that into the playlist so that you can at least see some kind of testimony for day 5. There's no commentary on it, but at least it's something that's there. So it was, I really, really, really hated missing the stream for one of the days, but from here on out, I should be able to, unless the schedule shifts for whatever reason. I have 2 days that I will be actually on a plane, but one of those is a Friday. So if there's no surprise Friday testimony like there was last week, and then the other one is on Memorial Day. So there's no court on Memorial Day. So we should be good to go for the rest of trial for me being able to stream every single day and do recaps every day. So I apologize for missing yesterday, but you know, these things do happen from time to time. Dionysia Jaclo, I have so many questions about yesterday's voir dire. I hope you can explain us in tomorrow's recap. So the voir dire will make it into the recap for sure. Baz 80s, is the judge allowed to see media about the case? If so, do you think she knows how she looks like she's leaning towards the prosecution and biased towards the defense? They are allowed to. Judges are unlike anybody else. They are, well, and the attorneys too. The attorneys and the judges, they're all allowed to look at everything and anything. Like she's not barred from looking at anything in the media or anything like that, because she is making she's making decisions on like legal decisions that are not factual. So it doesn't matter like what commentary is on anything in order like to influence her one way or another. She's been a judge for a while, presumably. She knows what she's doing. So there's nothing that anybody can report that should change her mind, right? The thing is, do they want to? I know of a lot of judges that will want to ignore the media commentary because there's bound to be criticism of the judges. I've seen that in almost every case, actually probably every case that I've seen that's been high profile in nature. Someone has had a problem with something that the judge did. And she's got a lot on her plate anyway. She probably doesn't want to have to deal with any of that. So she probably is willingly ignoring all of the reporting on it. Now, maybe people around her are watching it. Like if I were the judge in a case like this, you better believe Mr. Bites would be reading basically everything about the case to see if anybody's talking smack about me, and then if there is some seemingly valid criticism, he might bring it up to me. So she might have some people around her that are like that are going to want to keep an ear to the ground, so to speak, for hopefully the right reasons, and otherwise ignore the rest of the noise. So yeah. Yeah, that's to answer your question. Jerry Roth, does the judge sustain everything the prosecution does? We already answered that. Debbie Faison Cook, the defense wants the prior cover-ups allowed in. That's what the voir dire was for. There was a bit in there of there was an interaction. So I've got to go back and revisit my notes on this one. But let me see here. Oh, sorry. I'm also trying to catch these questions at the same time. Okay. Sorry. Give me 1 second. I probably shouldn't do two things at once. That doesn't necessarily always work out. Okay. So the voir dire from yesterday, I've got to look back at my notes, but there was a very strong social connection, apparently, that the defense wants to get into between Sergeant Lank and Chris Albert, the brother of Brian Albert, the homeowner. And so they wanted to get into that. There was also this altercation that he had called in on his behalf. He had called in support. That definitely seemed like there's some very close connection with them. But then there's also a thing about these other guys calling in or filing a police report against Chris Albert, something along those lines. I think that we're going to see this all sort of played out in the testimony, because it looks like most of it is coming in, the stuff that was covered yesterday. So we're going to get into, we'll probably see it more fleshed out, but maybe not necessarily quite as fulsomely as yesterday. I don't know. We'll see. I apologize for a bit of fluffy non-answers here on that. I do have to go back and look at my notes on this one, because it was a little bit confusing to me as well. Steve, Legalbytes, do you think this type of above the law behavior from PD is more or less common in smaller towns? I really can't say, I can't draw a conclusion about, other small towns in general in the United States. Is there a possibility? Sure. But I mean, there's also a possibility of corruption in big cities too, right? We hear stories about that kind of stuff, with relative frequency. But I don't necessarily want to draw, take this kind of an anecdote from Canton PD and apply it to absolutely every small town that's out there, because that's not fair to all of the other towns that might actually be running things fairly well. Nov 842 question: do we know if there was a fight, or is that not a question being contested? It sounds like from what was just talked about, it sounds like they're allowing testimony in about a fight. The Lucian Legalbytes was regards to the hit and run charges, questions followed by dismissal. Prosecution objected to the dismissal question by defense. Oh. Okay. It could be because it's like requiring a legal conclusion or something along those lines. I still don't have a great answer for you. I'm sorry. Debbie Faison Cook. Okay, so the voir dire was to get the previous cover-up introduced into the trial. I think so. I think that's about what they're looking for. Dr. Who 8675309. The judge is chiding the defense for wasting time, yet this schedule wastes so much time, and the prosecution determined we needed to hear about shifts and ambulance sheets every witness. Well, keep in mind, with one of the recent witnesses, the judge did interject and say, okay, let's move on from this kind of line of testimony for a lot of this kind of stuff. It was the first time, I think it was on day 4, that she did that. So there was a, so anyway, so she did that, and it was surprising. It was surprising to me that she kind of jumped in like that on the prosecution. But so she might be starting to develop a lower tolerance for time wasting we might see maybe more of that from her reacting to the prosecution. We'll see. John O'Rourke, thanks so much for the super chat. Did the judge let in the blinker fluid found? Just kidding. Very nice. Very nice. WPS Uncooked, there was a hit and run cover up by Goode and Lank. Interesting. For some reason, I may have missed that yesterday. Admittedly, I was also very tired at the end of the day, at the end of testimony for sure. So definitely going to be revisiting it for the recap and everything. So I will be covering that in the recap for sure. Okay. I think I got all the questions. I apologize if not. So we should be getting back from recess here again.
Maybe before you begin that line of questioning, because I have an instruction.
Of course.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Sergeant Michael Lank to the stand.
Okay.
There we go. In the meantime, LaQuaria, thanks for the question. Will the jury get to hear all that the way this was investigated is currently being investigated by the FBI? I don't think so. I don't think that they are going to be able to hear that. At least not without some other kind of like foundation on top of that, because the fact that they're being investigated by someone else doesn't necessarily mean that they are guilty of wrongdoing, right? Anyone can be investigated for anything. That doesn't necessarily mean that they did anything wrong. So I don't think that they're going to let that in without some sort of an official determination that, from the feds that they actually did something wrong. I don't think so. I don't think that's enough. I think that's more prejudicial than probative. Janet G, question, if you already answered, I'll go back because I missed it. Are they saying she hit him when she dropped him off or when she went to look for him? When she dropped him off. That's the moment that they say that she hit him. Okay. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. I totally forgot to put this back on. Sorry. Okay. Sergeant Michael Lank. Is he there? Did he run away?
Just gonna ask you to be mindful to step up and to remain standing to be sworn.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Morning.
Little microphone right up.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Over 24 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant with Canton Police?
It'll be 2 years in August.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you first, with reference to your responsibilities as lieutenant, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what are your duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant?
I oversee the gun licensing and patrol.
And prior to working as a lieutenant, what was your role with the Canton Police before that?
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long were you a detective sergeant?
From September of 21 until August of 22.
And during that time frame as a detective sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities with regard to the Canton Police at that point?
To oversee the Detective Bureau, ensure that all reports were issued to respective detectives and completed.
Now, you're also familiar with the role within the Canton Police of a sort of shift sergeant, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what are the differences between what a shift sergeant does and what a detective sergeant does?
Shift sergeant's primary responsibility is to run the daily shift, give out sectors to each of the cars, and dispatch cruisers to appropriate areas, so forth.
And if I could turn your attention to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Some point after 6 a.m., did you receive a call in regard to a dispatch that your department had received?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called you around that time?
Sergeant Sean Goode.
Do you know approximately what time Sergeant Goode called you?
I believe it was 6:08.
And with reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Goode, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Goode stated that there was a gentleman found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road, and he was in very grave condition. And he brought it to my attention that he was also a Boston police officer.
And subsequent to that, through the course of your investigative work on this case, did you learn who that unresponsive male was?
Yes.
And who did you learn?
John O'Keefe.
And upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you know about what time would you estimate that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I live fairly close, so I was on scene by, I believe it was 6:24, 6:25.
And upon your arrival, who, if anyone else, from your department was there prior to you?
Officer Sarif, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Goode.
And when you arrived, beyond sort of the other officers from your department, what, if any, other activity or what, if any, other persons did you observe on scene?
When I arrived, I observed that the ambulance was still there. There was multiple EMTs, and I observed some witnesses also.
And with respect to the ambulance, it's your understanding Mr. O'Keefe was in that ambulance?
Yes,
And did you ever see Mr. O'Keefe on that one?
I did not.
And at some point, the other officers who preceded your arrival, did they direct you your attention to where Mr. O'Keefe was found when they first arrived?
They did.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, as you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what, if any, sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard did you observe?
I observed a flagpole. There was a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Sergeant Sean Goode.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Goode, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on scene?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer Sarif.
Was it on camera?
And then about
Probably
how
not.
long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused on Ms. McCabe.
Now, with respect to Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then who, if anyone else, did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is the CPAC unit?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive, and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
And did they respond at that time?
No.
Now, with reference to, is that sort of a typical protocol, or what, if any, sort of typical protocol would you have responding to a scene of this nature?
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit
And why is that?
because they investigate all deaths.
So they have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, once do you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls did you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
Yeah.
What's that noise in the courtroom?
I don't know what that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response, because frankly, I didn't.
Yes. In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you note as far as the weather conditions?
The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now,
Are we sure it was snowing?
you mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Goode advised me that
Objection.
Sustained.
Hearsay.
Now, as far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
after I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them. And that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
And prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Following your initial call to CPAC and conversation with Trooper Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Goode and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
And how was it that you sort of proceeded up to the home?
I believe, I don't recall if we used I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home?
The main door, the front door.
When you entered in through the main
Excuse me, what, if any, door did you use? They may have used a window after all.
door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us, and to the right, it entered into like what appeared to be like a dining area.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Now, Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29th, 2022?
Yes,
And how did you know?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes,
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you lived in the town, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You work in the town, correct?
yes,
Do you have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
And sustain.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
What, if any, other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else, is it that you do around the town?
I coach youth sports.
And how long have you done that for?
I would say at least 9 or 10 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2022?
Civil?
Do you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
Now, in addition to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And about how long a conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goode, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe?
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but he was assigned to our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? What I mean by that is what did he do for work?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And we'll get to that in a moment. But after your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did then?
Could you repeat that, please?
After talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
And to that end, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene at that time?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at all times.
And then, with relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, what, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes,
Okay, and how was it done?
in my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
We're gonna
Yes,
watch that again?
Sergeant Goode was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower.
You've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes,
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
yes.
Now, in addition to.
Okay.
well,
I
let me
thought
ask
he
you
was
this,
gonna
as
show
far
it
as
again.
the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that, or what was the thinking behind that?
The purpose behind the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And upon employing that, what, if anything, did you then observe in that area of the front lawn?
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process, or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 27. Mr. Arthur. Sergeant Lank, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be, sir?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a laser pointer, basically, very simple. Just press on that button and.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant Lank, with using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw on scene that time.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as well as the glass protruding from the snow.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, at any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Karen?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to your arrival and when you spoke to the other people?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
And over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how the home was situated, anything disheveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
And just, if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Now, turning back to what was just up on the screen in Exhibit 27, with regard to those items that you observed in the yards in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
And why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
We did the best that we could with the situation, with the weather and deteriorating situation. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups from Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Now, with respect to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction of them having over unattended deaths and things of that nature, what, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that your department has done?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
Now, with respect to those items, once they were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station.
And transported back to the police station
by me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, what is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report.
The OF stands for a report of offense, is that correct?
Offense, yes.
And so each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it,
That's correct.
and then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
And but to officers from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary evidence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, I see some spaces for cross-examination to come in and be like,
I'm handing you up
what?
a box. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box that you've seen earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box.
What's in the box?
Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not the Stop and Shop bag.
Sorry, sir, before you just go into that, just with reference to the bag that you have before you, what, if any, markings are on that relate to sort of your your case, your case number with Canton Police.
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-87OF, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass.
If he pulls out a
And
sandwich, I'm going to lose my
You had
mind.
it contained within that bag earlier this morning as well.
Yes,
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022.
yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury.
That doesn't look like a cocktail glass. It looks like a whiskey glass.
Thank you, sir. You can place it back in the bag.
I was picturing when they said cocktail glass, I was picturing like a martini glass. That's what I was picturing. I don't know, like, what were you guys picturing? Because that's what I thought. I would describe that as a whiskey glass, not a cocktail glass. Okay. Strange.
May I
All
approach
right.
the witness, Your Honor?
Feeling Ivis, fair enough. Fair enough. Low
I'll
ball glass
call
can be a
off to
cocktail glass.
introduce in a minute.
Okay. Okay. So maybe I'm just thinking of things differently.
Now, Lieutenant Lank, once you were back.
Really quick. Yeah. Deputy Faison Cook, EDB said in opening statements that they said he took the glass from the bar. Do you remember that? I don't. I do remember that they said that. That's the allegation. What I want to see from the prosecution is some kind of corroborating, some kind of evidence showing it, right? Some kind of security footage of him actually walking out the door of the bar holding that glass. That's the only way that I'm going to trust that at this point. Otherwise, the most reasonable explanation is that glass came from someone's house. Because otherwise, like, generally speaking, who takes a glass from a bar? First off. Second, who jumps to that kind of a conclusion when somebody is found right outside someone's home? So I do need to see some security footage of him walking out. And if there is, then okay, then that's fine. That's fair. I understand them saying they think that he took it from the bar because he walked out with it. Fair. Okay, let's continue on.
Back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to who, if anyone, called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with, along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher, once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
Okay, and about how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with Ms. McCabe?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
Returned to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And at some point, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that day?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant, excuse me, Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief Berkowitz as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regard to the weather in between those days?
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know how, approximately how much?
I believe it made it up to the mid 40s.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you observe it?
Chief Berkowitz brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as far as when you responded, who, if anyone else from your department, responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
And the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
And did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit and ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
And if you know about how much time elapsed between the time that you contacted CPAC and the time that Buchanan arrived?
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs. It's actually just briefly to look them over and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief Berkowitz had observed on that morning.
And those are the photographs that you took that morning as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next to exhibit.
Okay.
Let's see if we can fast forward a little bit.
First of all,
Oh, sorry.
on the screen.
There we go.
And, Lieutenant Lank, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen currently?
Yes.
And this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
Using the laser pointer before you, if you could just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe that. Thanks. Ms. Gilman, the next photograph. And sir, do you again recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, it's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can.
This, Veronica B., when is this? This was on February 4th, I think you said. So several days after the incident. 29th is when he was found.
If I may have.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we can try to skip ahead again. Sidebar. During this trial, I refuse to pronounce it sidebar. Like I have to say it sidebar. I love it. I love a Boston accent.
All right, jurors, so you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2002. This evidence can be considered by you insofar as it demonstrates or relates to the credibility of this witness and the thoroughness of the investigation into this case for which the defendant is currently on trial before you folks. You may use this evidence to the extent that you find it credible in deciding whether there was any bias or favoritism on the part of the police in their investigation in this case.
May I?
Mr. Jackson, yes.
Interesting.
Lieutenant Lank, I want to start by asking you about your relationship with certain members of the Albert family. Do you know any other members of the Albert family other than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department, Chris Albert, and I know Tim Albert.
Are those three individuals brothers?
Yes.
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friends with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12.
So you've known
He was 12. I was probably 16 or so.
Okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
Since about 16, I would say.
And what about Chris Albert?
Chris Albert, I've known since junior high.
Which would be about what age?
13, 14,
You grew up
12,
with Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim?
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian?
Yes.
Back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the three of them for basically your entire life?
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris? I'm
Yes.
using first names only because they're all named
Sure,
Albert.
sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with that involved Chris Albert?
Yes.
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
Yes.
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight, that he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No.
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
Yes.
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by quote unquote activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes.
And you engaged in that fight.
Yes.
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes.
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Goode to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
When Sergeant Goode contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Goode contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And that's similar sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No.
You did, in fact, call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
Excuse me. So in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes.
Okay. And I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were, in fact, a Canton police officer
Yes.
at the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the 2 brothers that were involved in this fight with Chris?
No.
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
Yes.
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
No. The struggle had already occurred.
All right. So let me make sure I get the timing right. You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Upon being struck, yes.
And then you struck him back.
Yes.
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No.
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes.
After this physical altercation with the brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away, get out of here, go home, correct?
No, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night.
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed.
Correct.
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night.
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the night of the
Yes or
incident.
no question. I'm just looking at the time.
It's not a yes or no question.
So he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question
Could you
about the
repeat?
dates again, please.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. A fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes.
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Officer Lank, what we just talked about, is that an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
Who happened to
Who
be
happened-
named what?
Excuse me, who happened to be Chris Albert.
You mentioned Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a coworker?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably since 14, 15 years old.
And you also consider him to be a friend as well as a coworker
I do.
and a colleague.
Yes.
And you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lank, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Can you tell me one more time, now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay, and you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Goode.
Yes, that's correct.
What made you decide, or could you have decided to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Correct.
Did you know at the time you got the call that that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
No.
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Goode.
Okay, so Sergeant Goode didn't, I guess that's what maybe I asked
Sounds
an
like the same thing.
question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Goode told you before you actually arrived, he sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did a light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert house?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously, we've heard these names, Sergeant Goode, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Goode was the ranking officer.
Have you reviewed well, let me ask a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because was that a detective vehicle?
Yes,
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
yes.
So it's not a fully marked cruiser.
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes,
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams from Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Goode?
yes,
And you reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bates if you could fast forward that to about the runtime of about, 28:35 or so, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Before we play this, it appears to be a still image of,
So let's not describe it.
sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two still images.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
it looks like the scene from that morning from, I believe it's going to be the top one anyways, that 683 Officer Seraph's cruiser.
And the bottom one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Looks like possibly Sergeant Goode's based on where it's placed.
Okay. If we could fast forward to the 28:40 mark or so. Mr. Bates, we play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Okay, another sidebar. Let's fast forward a bit.
You indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes,
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in the Officer Seraph dash cam?
yes,
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I did.
At some point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
Lying in the snow, unconscious and
Potentially, at
unresponsive.
least, implicate people inside the house.
Based on my conversation with Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that that was ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
You didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses and not let her talk to other witnesses?
No.
You thought that it was appropriate to let all the witnesses get together and just discuss the facts before you had an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
It is to the form.
I'm just letting the siren go by.
That's fine.
Lieutenant Lank, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video. Stop. Did you see anything occur at or around the car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jim McCabe?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Right here.
Okay. You've described for the, I don't know if it's tan
It's-
or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket with it's black on the top.
Okay. Toward the shoulders.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play the video, and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about. Apologies. No, go. No, sorry. I'm standing in front of something.
No, cat.
Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe right there. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes.
It appeared that you had something in your hand.
Yes.
You're taking a call
Yes.
on your cell phone.
Yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have, I can't see what time that is. I don't believe that I made the call to the CPAC unit until around 6:38, so I'm not sure who that call was from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below,
Yes.
you may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it? Go ahead and pause it. Does it appear you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Pause it. Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. Pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Sarif.
Go ahead and play it.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Sarif right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Goode?
Could we play it back?
With the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Pause. You recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead. Pause it. Does it appear that you've walked back into the frame?
Yes,
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him? Or can't you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the phone?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead. Pause it. Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes.
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. At that point, are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes.
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights on at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
Anyway. At this point, does it appear that you're still on the phone?
Yes.
How's it?
No,
At this
it's
point, is there
on.
anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now a light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
Maybe 3 minutes.
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit, because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so. Stop it. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all I have for that. Okay. You would agree with me that that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes.
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to now that you've seen that?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jim McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already gone, left from the scene, correct? The fire engine.
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
Yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone. Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs.
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene, correct?
Doesn't appear so.
Carrie Roberts is gone.
Yes.
Karen Reed is gone.
Yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And then minutes after that call, you did then speak to CPAC. I'm sorry, to dispatch, correct?
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch, and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Hearsay.
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with Kelly Dever?
No.
Okay.
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police Dispatch.
Okay, fair enough. At some point, did you have a conversation with, well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton Dispatch and CPAC Dispatch?
I don't recall.
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
And okay.
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton Dispatch or not.
All right. At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated
I
that he
believe.
does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it,
Correct.
end quote. Sergeant Lank, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a, quote, fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed.
No.
He had been strangled.
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car.
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever, correct?
I stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight. And then I believe I described it as I don't remember my exact terminology, but it was a crazy scene.
Chaotic scene?
Possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
But you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside, and we'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house, after she'd been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPAC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video.
Yes.
And you walked you said either along the driveway or through the yard.
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential that there was let me rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident, correct?
No.
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
I didn't know what it was. At that point in time, I didn't know what it was. Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words, yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age, right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something?
Again, it could have been a multitude of things to cause those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe that there were any indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had been involved in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. But again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier. It was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did we approach?
Yes.
He's winding it up.
Given what you believed at the time and the possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house?
If it had been a confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
Right? The house is part of anywhere, right?
Correct.
So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at that point as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered. And then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
Well, you didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it.
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to. And she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
Have you ever been, in your course of investigating cases, have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of those investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself and they don't have to let me in.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home, correct?
Correct.
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead. Yes.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
I don't recall.
You remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs to the basement?
I don't recall.
You indicated on direct examination that you didn't notice anything. I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Didn't look for broken furniture down there.
I didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing or blood evidence or DNA evidence?
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
So if I were to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
But you could have asked.
And did you seek guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause?
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for a search warrant because it wouldn't have probable cause.
In your mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
One of the ways to secure a premises, any premises in a normal crime scene investigation, would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it and lock it down, correct?
If there was reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down as a potential crime scene?
No.
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Of course not. Didn't even go in.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Did you allow witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Who was that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they are not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No.
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing
Correct.
or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
This isn't the sharpest cross-examination that Alan Jackson has done so far. I mean, maybe he'll end
Given
with
the
a
fact that you
bang.
were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Goode. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews.
Yes.
At least according to Sergeant Goode, you were taking charge.
Sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
Premises or that location?
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you note where the furniture was or was not?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you note in a diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note in any document where the individuals were, the human beings were in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were, or did I make a
I'm asking you
diagram?
whether or not you documented that.
No.
Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John O'Keefe was found out in the yard that there was a shoe missing? His right shoe was missing?
No,
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me what much later means. Days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house?
I did not.
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue. You understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes,
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature.
sure.
Because they can record things like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
Yes,
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Yes,
Critical.
yes,
Right? They're critical items of evidence, right? It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No,
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, for text messages, or communications?
no,
Did you believe, well, turning back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Lally, you did in fact interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
yes,
You also interviewed his wife.
yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed it was important, but did you ever, in fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
I did not.
Mm-mm.
You indicated that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes,
You know that has recording capability.
yes.
Was anybody else with Nicole? When I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together.
Yes.
Did you then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside. To the best of my memory, I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
Yes,
So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole and Jennifer McCabe were listening, correct?
yes,
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe were listening.
yes,
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before from Jennifer McCabe, Brian and Nicole were both listening.
yes.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You had already left, you came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, it was around 9 a.m.?
No, I came back just moments later.
Had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house,
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back
yes,
because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
yes,
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
yes,
Were they within earshot?
yes,
And they listened to that conversation as well.
yes.
After that conversation, did you meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, any time until February 4th?
No,
None.
no.
I do want to talk for a second, just a brief second, about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter
Yes,
of the yard. Is that right?
that's correct.
Crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy.
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you wish to.
No,
You don't have stakes at Canton PD?
No,
I mean stakes, E-S-T-A-K-E-S.
I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
Canton PD doesn't have those.
No.
So if the crime scene tape was blowing down, that was just sort of a, let's give up on it. Wasn't doing any good.
No.
In your mind, it was futile.
The crime scene tape was futile, yes. It was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
All right. And once the scene was cleared, all those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone, right?
Yes,
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
yes,
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open. I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open,
yes,
unsecured,
yes,
and available to anybody who wanted access to it.
correct.
One of the reasons to secure a crime scene is to minimize the possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes,
And evidence.
I'm sorry. This just looks so lazy. Like it just looks like such lazy police work to be like, well, it should have a crime scene tape surrounding the scene to keep people out of it, but there's wind, there's snow. We don't really have a good way of keeping this all in place here, so whatever. It just sounds like I don't know, it's just ridiculous. Just absolutely lazy when it's so important to keep to maintain the integrity of the scene. Oliver Olson, thanks for the super chat. At least he looks ashamed about his witness work. I mean, I don't know. He seems like he's trying to he's I don't know. He's trying to hold on to whatever face he can save here.
Tampering on the other hand, right?
sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not too much further with this, though.
I've just got a couple of quick questions about this.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. An example or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence, moving it from here to here, correct?
That would be tampering, yes.
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
Yes,
Taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
yes,
Or even planting evidence that didn't exist before. All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
yes,
And setting up a proper crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering, obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware. At this point in time, state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
So in your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
You found both the blood that we saw pictures of and the cocktail glass that we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes.
You searched the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
We searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area,
6x6 or 7x7?
roughly. 6 feet on each side.
Right. You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong,
Yes.
like a man's size 12 shoe would have caught your attention.
It would.
A black baseball cap would have caught your attention.
It would.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention.
Yes.
Really quick here, Mr. W. So no one was at the scene after 8 a.m. Couldn't the glass shards from her taillight have been moved then? Is this the implication? That is 100% what the defense is trying to get to the jury, is that this was not at all secured. There was no one there that was watching it. There was no crime scene tape that was up. There's absolutely zero confidence that the evidence that was found several days later actually came from this crime scene legitimately. That's what the defense is trying to paint here. Let's also get some questions here that I just realized I've been saving all these questions for a while and I haven't been answering them. Let me get some here. Baz 80s question: who is going to be the defense star witness? I hope KR doesn't testify. She can't say anything better than the defense is getting out of the prosecution witnesses. Yeah, I don't know if she's going to need to testify at this point. That the defense is doing well enough without requiring her testimony, and if that's the case, if that continues, then she probably shouldn't testify. In a case of self-defense, generally speaking, it's required for the defendant to testify. I mean, required as in it's the case itself that kind of requires that her to testify, what would require her to testify, because it's an affirmative defense. There is a burden by the defense to do that. Or to put on evidence, I should say. But in this case, I don't know that it's really necessary. I keep thinking about that in this case as we go on. Nove 842, when did John's death happen? He, I think, was officially declared dead at the hospital on the 29th, on January 29th. Jerry Roth, is the air dry in court? Lots of throat clearing and coughing. It could be. It's also allergy season, so it could be allergies. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't have any information as to what it's like inside the courtroom. Doctor Who 8675309. Why do I keep having flashbacks to Police Academy when they mention Proctor? It's been so long since I saw that. It's a good movie. Or actually a series of movies. Tori Matthews, didn't every other witness say that nobody even talked to the residents? There were a couple of other Canton PD officers who testified to talking to the witnesses. I don't remember the who it was off the top of my head. I've got to revisit my notes. But there were a couple who testified to actually going in to interview them and not getting any further than the foyer, just like a Sergeant Lank. JMAG, what is the significance of the glass? Is the Commonwealth's theory that the glass caused the injuries to the arm? The Commonwealth's theory is that the glass is something that he brought from the bar, and that he was still holding it in his hand when he was on his way to the house, to 34 Fairview, to go to a party. When he got out still holding it, and Karen Reed hit him while he was still holding it, showing that he didn't even make it into the house. The defense, however, would like to say they are saying there's every possibility that that glass came from inside 34 Fairview and is actually evidence that he did in fact go inside the house. So that is that's the significance of the glass. Bora Bora, when is the judge going to decide on Rule 14? Sometime before tomorrow, probably, at least before Caitlin Albert testifies. That's what she said. So we might hear more on it today, maybe tomorrow early. We'll see. John O'Rourke, has Brian Albert testified? He has not, but I think you also asked if he's on the witness list. He is on the witness list. So I anticipate hearing from him for sure. Dionysia Jaclo, can they use his phone call records as evidence? They could, but they needed to get access to it. He's a bit remote in terms of like getting access to cell phones because, you know, I know that there was a huge effort to try to get access to Brian Albert's phone records and other people that were like inside the house during the party. So his going for Sergeant Lank, especially for the purpose of like, was he still on the phone? Was he not still on the phone at this moment? It's really not that important to get, or it's not as important as some other stuff like getting Jen McCabe's Googling records for like how long to die in the cold. That's kind of essential for the case. His is, it's not really that important, although it would be nice to be able to corroborate, you know, when exactly he was on the phone and who he called or who called him. Carrie, question. Viewer from Scotland only learned this case because of your stream. Do we have opinions from John O'Keefe's family? Do they believe Karen was to blame for his death? I don't know. My understanding is his brother and sister-in-law believe in Karen Reed's guilt. I have no idea about the father or the mother. I've seen some reactions from the mom during like opening statements and other stuff that seem to suggest she might be thinking that Karen Reed is guilty, and that's my interpretation. Other people have looked at other stuff that she's reacted to and said the opposite. So I really don't know. I haven't seen any information as to really what they believe. Stephen, question, coffee or tea? Both, honestly. Although right now I'm limited as to coffee because I can only have so much caffeine because, you know, it's what happens when you grow a human. Debbie Faison Cook, why is a dead body in your yard enough? Or, you said, you clarified here, not enough probable cause for a search warrant. Can I just chuck a dead body out in my front yard without the police checking my house? Well, because it's a front yard and front yards are accessible, generally speaking, by the public. And so anyone can collapse on someone's front yard, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the person whose house they landed on did anything wrong. So, but there's that the whole probable cause question starts to become, it is very fact specific, and the Supreme Court has said, you know, it's supposed to be a flexible standard. It really doesn't help with like clarity on probable cause a lot of times, but you know, it is a relatively flexible, you know, standard as to what meets the requirements of probable cause. It's fact specific. In this case, when you start to look at the facts of like, you know, John O'Keefe is a police officer. The homeowner's a police officer. John O'Keefe knew Jen McCabe. He was introduced to the other people in the house earlier that night, and he was invited in there. Like those connections start to materialize, and you start to wonder, you know, why no one was looking at that and going, maybe there is probable cause. Maybe there is reason to suspect that something has actually happened here. It's keep in mind that probable cause is a higher standard than reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion is like, you know, you see a guy walking down the street. It's the middle of June or July, and he's wearing a very heavy overcoat, and it looks very bulky. That looks weird, right? Like anyone would look at that and be like, "Are you wearing that coat so that you can hide something that, you know, may or may not be belonging to you?" It's reasonable to suspect that, right? So, you know, to stop someone and kind of search them might be reasonable. That's a different standard than probable cause, which is a higher standard than that. But in this case, you know, when you start really adding up a lot of these factors, why after some amount of time didn't they then go in? The other issue here is that they're like, well, we didn't have probable cause. We didn't have probable cause. We didn't have probable cause. But then, there's also the issue of like, you don't need probable cause if you get permission from them to search. They were just assuming that they would say no. And I mean, hey, maybe they would have said no because these are police officers. They know that they are allowed to say no to a search. But like, they could have gotten consent from either of the homeowners, from Brian or from Nicole, and that would have been enough. So it's the same thing with a consent to interview them. Anyhow, Mr. W, so no one was at the scene after 8 a.m. Couldn't the glass shards from her taillight have been moved then? Is this the implication? Oh, I already answered this one. Yes, absolutely. Excuse me. I see a question up top here also that I want to try to grab before we move on with more testimony. Let's see if okay. Sometimes I see it in the YouTube chat and then I can't find it in the other one, in the StreamYard one. Okay, well, I'll just point it out here. I won't be able to pull it on screen, but Crownless King, Legalbytes, if the phone records showed Brian Albert called, wouldn't that be huge? Yes, but they were more. I think they were successful in getting the phone records for Brian Albert. So that would show up on Brian Albert's phone records. They wouldn't necessarily need to get this witness's Sergeant Lank's phone records in order to be able to see that. All they need is one side of that call. Okay. All right, folks. Let's continue with the testimony.
Certainly 45 pieces of plastic would have caught your attention.
Yes.
And between you and Officer Seraph, Sergeant Goode, Officer Mullaney, Lieutenant Gallagher, none of that was found.
The only things we found were the things that were documented.
You did find the blood, however. Is that right?
Yes.
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
Me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about.
Yes. Yes.
You're aware that those solo cups.
So in other words, Sergeant Lank was the one who was like, red solo cup, I fill you up, but this time with blood evidence. Not like that one song by what's his name, the country singer. Anyway, whatever. It'll show up in the recap.
Are unsealed.
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
When I say unsealed, I mean they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up the snow and the dirt and the debris and the grass and everything else, along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the class that I can recall.
You're sure about that? There's no dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any, no.
You didn't observe any dirt and snow? You don't think
Thank you,
there's
Debbie
dirt and
Faison
snow?
Cook. Toby Keith.
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Okay. Certainly wasn't the sterile cup.
No.
Certainly wasn't the crime scene cup.
No.
Jesus.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against.
I can't get over the fact. I cannot get over the fact that they used unsterilized red solo cups to gather this blood evidence. Because who cares, right? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Who cares if we secure the crime scene or not? Who cares if just about anybody after 8 a.m. can walk up into this crime scene? It's just absolutely insane. And then, like, who cares if these cups are sterilized or not? Who cares if the bag that we put these into is sterilized or not?
Collecting any biological
Also, she needs to go
material
outside.
in anything made of plastic.
Thank you.
Correct? Are you aware of that?
No.
When you scooped up the blood, Did you videotape that process so we know exactly which bloodstain was scooped up from where?
Yeah, that's the
I
other
don't
thing.
recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay.
You know how they do that? They can put little flags into the ground that have numbers, and those numbers will correspond with the cups. You take a photo of the flags next to the droplets that you're scooping up, and then it's not hard. It's not hard. Come on. Like what okay. All right. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's continue with the stream.
So if there was multiple contributors to blood, multiple contributors of the blood, we'd sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once these unsealed cups were in your possession, what did you do with them?
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
Temporary, excuse me, the blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator.
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes.
There is generated a seal or a label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
It should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene, not crime scene tape, evidence tape.
If I had left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could see it.
Yes.
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure, correct?
Yes.
Can we have tab 23? Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
Oh, we're going to do this again. We're going to do this again.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37. You see the little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to tab 24.
Oh my God. Stop and shop.
You see that white rag?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag.
Stop
But
and Shop.
actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but
Because we're
it does look
stopping
like an
and
evidence bag.
shopping
It's
for
the same
evidence.
thing.
That's a grocery bag.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm not
Sandwiches. That's what we think. It's a bunch of sandwiches on the floor of the Sally Port right next to Karen Reed's car.
sure.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sally Port. So it's some point after the state police had seized the vehicle.
And at some point,
What's in the bag? What's in the bag? We're going to surprise him. Surprise. It's not groceries. It's evidence.
after you had brought the solo cups back to the station.
Correct.
Matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence, correct?
I was not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25.
Surprise, the next tab. What is it?
Recognize that?
It appears to be solo cups with substance inside.
Are those just any solo cups or the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
Okay, also, that blood looks melted. Like that looks like that's not been like preserved in like is that what they were going for? Is that because the explanation yesterday was like, well, we didn't want glass, we didn't want bags, we wanted some kind of plastic cups because this isn't just blood, this is blood in snow. And so therefore, we want something similar, that a red Solo cup is just somehow ideal for. And now, like, okay, this is, I'm sorry, this is blood in melted snow at this point. So like, what, like, I don't understand. What was the point? What was the point in using these red Solo cups when you're a mile away from the police department? Like, I don't understand why use unsterilized Solo cups. Like, what is happening with this investigation? I am losing my mind. And also, those are not in individualized bags. Those are not in individualized bags. Those are just out in the open. There's no cover to them. Like anything could have made its way into this thing. Like, just what is happening with this? This is just insane.
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
It appears that they have red liquid material floating in the bottom.
Yes.
That appear to be blood.
The top three I can see. Yeah. The only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay. Let's look at the next tab, which is 26. And do you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag? Same bag, little white rag right there.
I do.
Okay. That appear to be the same 6 Solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Are those the same 6 Solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview?
Enough to make a perfect pyramid for beer pong. Like, did somebody sneeze into it? For all we know, they could have.
And ultimately brought back to Canton PD.
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they appear to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead. Sure.
They appear to be the same Solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
Let's go back to tab 24. And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
No label on the bag, no label on the cups, no sealing of the cups. Like, like, this is insane. I'm sorry. I keep saying it, but it's true. I am losing my mind.
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
Well, let's look at the other.
The evidence tape would be sealing it shut. We saw that in the bag that was shown when he took out the freaking cocktail glass out of a brown paper evidence bag that had evidence tape on it that had sealed it. Like, the jury knows what this looks like now. This has nothing. This has none of the things that they have seen on other pieces of evidence that has been, I suppose, properly stored. Maybe we can kind of surmise maybe it's been properly stored. Like, nothing here looks right.
Photographs. Are you well, before we do that, are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you I don't know.
Okay, let's look at the next next tab. Looking at it from the top, does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag, that has ever been secured?
No, nothing.
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed. And if in fact that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever used evidence tape before? To seal anything?
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the top of my head.
At this point, I want Alan Jackson to bring out that cocktail glass again and be like, does this look like an evidence bag that has been sealed according to what you have seen in the past? Like, I want to see him do that just to show for to highlight for the jury. This is what it's supposed to look like. And this is what it looks like. This is what it's supposed to look like. This is what it looks like. Supposed to, reality. Supposed to, reality. Like, this is what I want, like what I want him to do, just to highlight it for the jury.
How long have you been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011-12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
If you can recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay, next question.
Thank you.
He still just looks like an idiot. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Counsel at sidebar. Okay, let's fast forward, or we'll be. I mean, we're not live. We're definitely behind, but we got we've got to be able to react to this stuff. It's just so insane. Okay, is jury going out? Looks like it. Moving on forward. Okay, there's enough here that we are getting ahead of. There's just milling about. Okay, jury's coming back.
Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, sir, with regard to incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
So I had left the establishment, Centerfields is what it was called at the time, and the owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink, so I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron, and as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lapalato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family. They had a young child at the time. Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do. Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in our direction. At this point, I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight." And I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lapalato at one point said, "I know who you are. I don't give a fuck," and asked me what I was going to do about it. A wrestling match ensued. I was punched. And at that point, I defended myself and did engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
It does. I mean, he's just repeating. Okay. I was thinking that maybe we need to hear something a little bit different than what we've already heard about this incident. Now that we're on redirect, whatever.
Now, you were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was it?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point. And he advised me that I could do it the next time I was at work, which was a couple of days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified if you know?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street and I said, call the police, and they ultimately called 911.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people. You have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town. Fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know?
Yes.
Whether that be witnesses, people that you arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you were asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
You were asked some questions about, on the cruiser cam video, whether you were on the phone. You indicated that you could make an educated guess as to who you were on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, you talked a bit about sort of the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you were on scene, did it essentially persist in the same manner?
Yes.
And then later on that day, what, if any, change occurred with regard to the weather?
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
And from your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the 3 occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, excuse me, was also through the front door. And it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present, and Matt was also to my right.
And then on the third occasion, when yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Mr. McCabe further?
We went in through the door to the right, so it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area, and that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before? If you know.
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion, what, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house? Anything askew, anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further.
May we approach very briefly?
Yes.
Ross? Oh, he's approaching. All right. So, oops, we've got a sidebar. Let's see here. It's taking a minute. Okay. Okay, so we are going to get some recross here.
That you claimed very Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
Very briefly, Lieutenant Lank, you indicated that you claimed in your description that you were assaulted by the Legalbytes brothers, correct?
Yes.
The fact is, they were never convicted of anything having to do with this case, the case that you described. Isn't that true?
Correct.
You also indicated that they made either a threatening comment to you or a disparaging comment to you about, I don't give a fuck, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable?
No.
All of this incident was in furtherance of you protecting a member of the Albert family when they asked for your help, correct?
No, it was me protecting someone who asked for my help, who was clearly in fear.
Who happened to be an Albert.
Happened to be an Albert.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set. Thank you, Lieutenant. You're all set, sir. Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And jurors, we will break right at 1, but
All right, who are we calling
let's see if
next?
we can get more testimony in, please. Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Ray.
Okay.
Charles Ray. Ray Charles or Charles Ray?
Wait, I don't have this name on the witness list. Is this a new addition?
Right up.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here is true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
The number. Good. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Charles Ray, R-A-E.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Approximately 25 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
And how long have you had the rank of lieutenant with the Canton Police?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And what, if any, sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Canton Police Department?
Day to day, I'm going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the family services unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022, were you working that day?
I came into work the day shift at about 7:30 a.m.
And what is the day shift of the Canton?
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is at shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area at that time.
And at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And so just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned, usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information, as there typically is in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Sean Goode.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer. And he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I had never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Goode, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
And at some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as the legal guardian?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of two young children that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Based on that information, what, if anything, did you decide?
I'm not sure if it was a suggestion of the former chief or if it was just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at One Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking about?
Ken Berkowitz.
And a well-being check, if you could describe to the jury, so what is involved in that and what does it entail as it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be two young unattended children, and knowing that both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon, we wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and wonder where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could provide that and help locate other loved ones or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence.
And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the shift supervisor?
Yes, 682.
And is that the cruiser that you use to go to One Meadows Ave?
We did.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with?
Sergeant Lehan and he was the incoming sergeant.
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Leanne have with regard to the department? Specific role?
Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant.
And so the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that that has a cruiser camera fixed to it?
Correct.
Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning?
I have now, yes.
Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Gilman, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds. And what's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant? Do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sallyport Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove from that position to One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run for 5 minutes.
Why do they always need to get the drive? Like the drive to these people? This is when I feel like the jury's time is being wasted. Because who cares? Who cares what route he took? Who cares how long it took him? If the testimony is, the purpose of it is to show that he went to check in on the kids and something happened and checking in on the kids.
Gilman, if you could pause it there. Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 25 seconds. If you could play from there, please. Gilman, if you could pause it there. What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
And sort of toward the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different door? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
Now, with respect to this home, had you ever been there before?
No.
Subsequent to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of One Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
Yes.
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residents from that morning when you were there?
Yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
Really quick here. Alessandro Quesada, thank you so much for the super chat. When a non-professional witness is asked in your own words, are they allowed to be profane? What if profanity is how they normally talk? Yeah, I mean, profanity is allowed where it's like real. Usually in court, someone's going to want to, if it's not necessary to be profane, I don't know, maybe not, but when someone, for example, is repeating a statement that someone else made, of course, assuming that it's not a hearsay issue, they repeat it exactly as it was stated. So, for example, one of the police officers had to repeat what Karen Reed had shouted. One of the things that she had supposedly shouted at the scene, which is, he's effing dead. He used the full F word. I self-censored just for YouTube. If I were saying it, for full accuracy, I would say the whole thing. But because it's YouTube, I self-censor because I don't want to get in trouble with the algorithm or what have you. So in those cases, like, absolutely, like, you say exactly what you heard. You don't censor it in a courtroom. We've heard the see you next Tuesday word. We've had the F word. We've heard all kinds of profane words in a courtroom, because it's just, you're supposed to testify truthfully and accurately. But like, where somebody's got some discretion in how they can describe something, I mean, it might be distasteful to the jury. That's the issue that you run into. But the judge isn't going to be like, you can't testify that way, because they're not allowed to tell them how to testify. So, yeah. Thanks for the super chat.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. If you could pause it there, Ms. Gilman. Now, so it appears from this you pull into the driveway at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of sort of the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say, from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or do you look around the house? What is it that you do on a well being check?
You would go to the front door, or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No.
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
So for anyone who may have missed the detail here, there's so much here that is not necessary. The last 10 minutes or so has been not necessary. More than that, actually. This witness is testifying to going up to the house, to John O'Keefe's house, to do a wellness check on his niece and nephew, since he learned that he had been taking care of the kids, and so had Karen Reed, and both of them were unlikely to come by anytime soon. So we're I don't know why
the prosecution thinks that this is necessary, it does not feel necessary at all.
You could pause right there. So the individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And who is that?
that was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. Maybe we approach.
They may be ending now. Before we actually get into any kind of relevant testimony, of course. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I think the stream ended here. So
Today, we'd ask those same three, or I give you those same three cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it.
please
Let us
disregard
know.
it.
We'll see you tomorrow morning. So report at 8:30.
8:30 tomorrow. Okay, so we're starting earlier.
Taking all your items. You all rise, you're follow me.
Okay. So starting 8:30 tomorrow. Alejandro Quesada, thank you so much for the super sticker. Very much appreciate it. All right, let's see here. Do I have? Oh, I do. Oh, I have a handful of questions that I need to answer. Okay. Yes. All right. Phantom split question is
No,
the
that's it
evidence.
for today. We're good. Thank you.
Nothing else.
You don't need
Okay.
me for anything, right?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
All rise, please.
Question, is the evidence bag on the cocktail glass itself considered evidence? Would defense have to make a motion to enter it in if they want to ask the witness details about the bag, tape, and seal? I mean, it can become evidence, but it's enough to have a photo of the conditions of the evidence in as we've seen it so far. I think. I mean, just to highlight for the jury how terribly this is being kept and maintained and preserved for purposes of investigation. So, like the bag could become evidence, I suppose, but I don't know that you need it. When you have a photo of it in real time. Carolyn V, would Karen's diagnosis impact her ability to drive alone in snow? Potentially, possibly. I mean, if she has multiple sclerosis, that is a what do they call it? A degenerative disease, meaning that it a progressive disease. It progresses over time. Alzheimer's is like that too. Alzheimer's and dementia, that typically you don't regain brain function over time. You lose it once you have an Alzheimer's diagnosis. It's progressive, right? Over time, things just get worse until the person dies. Same thing with MS, except for it's like muscular function all the way until like your internal organs start to like lose the ability to function. So, but we all we know at this point, at least, folks that may have been following this case for a very long time might have more details, but all the jury knows at this point is that she has a diagnosis of MS. And we've seen her walking, so it isn't so progressed that she needs to be in a wheelchair or anything like that. For the people that I've known that have had MS, that has been an eventuality, is ending up in a wheelchair and things kind of progressing in that direction. But for her, so far, it seems like she's able to walk. She's able to use her legs. It could potentially impact her driving, but we haven't seen any evidence to suggest that her MS is that far along progressed that it would be able to do that. What happened? Thanks for the question. What did you think about the Lexus having the whole taillight removed for jury view versus how ironic actually looked like? Yeah, I don't know that to me, it's weird that they removed it. It's weird that they removed it because of the fact that you're supposed to be preserving this evidence. They already were going to have a viewing of the car. Like the jury went for a site visit and they viewed the car. They viewed the SUV along with the house. So I would think that you would want to not touch that taillight as much as possible so that you don't potentially do more damage to it. Let's take the fan off the screen. I even paused it. So it to me is weird. It's weird that they removed it. And also there was testimony yesterday that it sounds like they actually did in fact shatter the taillight in the process of removing it. It's not like I don't know how much the witness actually ended up agreeing with that, but that's what it sounded like. So, but the more that you do that kind of stuff, the more you run the risk of a defense attorney coming in and saying, you messed with this and now it's worse. And now no one can actually look at what the taillight looks like now and be confident that that's what it looked like when it was actually broken around these events, whatever the cause was. So, yeah, to me, it just, I don't like the fact that it was removed. I don't like it. I'll be honest with that. Pesky Pirouette question. I'm still confused on hearsay. He quotes some guy from 20 years ago and it's not hearsay, but others cannot state what somebody told them yesterday. It has nothing to do with the timing. It has everything to do with the purpose for why it's being introduced in court. So remember that the definition of hearsay. So let me back up for a sec. When it comes to hearsay, we have to first make sure that the statement that we're worth talking about, that it fits into the definition of hearsay. And if it fits into the definition of hearsay, there's still a possibility that it could fall into one of the exceptions to the hearsay rule. There's a whole list of exceptions, but it has to fit into one of those very neatly in order for it to be able to come in. So first with the definition, hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So out-of-court statement, a statement that was provided outside of this particular courtroom. That is offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. That's where people get really, really tripped up here. So what is the purpose? That's what that's getting at. Is what is the purpose for introducing that? If the purpose is, like for example, the sister-in-law. So John O'Keefe's sister-in-law, she had said that she had been texting with Karen Reed, and there was a whole thing about the cheating or whatever. The statement about, Karen Reed texting her that she had caught John O'Keefe kissing some other girl, and she was like just overall upset in these text messages. That bit about Karen Reed saying, I caught John O'Keefe, kissing this other chick. That part could be hearsay because it's an out-of-court statement. If we are offering it to prove that he in fact was cheating on her, then it would be hearsay because we can't trust that she's telling the truth there. We can't trust that she even knows what she's talking about. We can't trust what her perception was. The whole point in that is because out-of-court statements, the jury can't evaluate those statements as they're being presented. They can't, there's no cross-examination that you can do of that other person who said the thing. You can't evaluate what their body language is, what their facial expressions are when they are when they're making that statement. So there's a trust issue with the accuracy of that statement. But if we are introducing that statement for some other purpose, for example, for Karen Reed's state of mind, maybe to explain why she's so upset is she has this impression that this thing has happened. That's an appropriate use of that statement for it to come in. So the purpose of it coming in is a very big factor in whether or not it's hearsay. So timing of it doesn't matter. Sometimes who says it can matter because there's been a lot of statements that have come in from Karen Reed from the scene. For example, I hit him. That would be an admission if in fact she did say it. Some people say that she did. Some people say that she didn't. I'm on the fence as to whether or not she said it. There also is, and this is state by state. Some states also include an exception for an excited utterance. Other states don't. Excited utterance meaning in the moment you just blurt something out because you're something crazy has happened and you just blurt it out. That can also potentially be be admitted as well. But I haven't looked at Massachusetts law on the different exceptions to hearsay for what they have in court there. So that's kind of a bit of a longer explanation of hearsay. I hope that explains things for you. John O'Rourke, so who's off duty during this. So when we were talking about Sergeant Lank, he was off duty when, well, he was off duty during the 2002 incident. And then he says that he was about to go on duty. Like he was scheduled to start work essentially when he got the call from Sergeant Goode. So he got into work early. So technically, yeah, he was off duty. He activated himself. The same thing happened in the 2002 incident, apparently. Laquarius, the judge didn't make a call on the Caitlin Albert / Katie McLaughlin photos. Thoughts on her pushing it off for so long when defense made it clear it was urgent? Well, defense made it clear that it was urgent, but their main concern with that urgency was to make sure that that gets figured out before Caitlin Albert takes the stand. So far, Caitlin Albert has not taken the stand. I'm sure that if the prosecution were to call Caitlin Albert next, the defense would say, Yana, can we have a sidebar? And then they go and have a sidebar. And then they would probably talk about this issue of like, we really need to have this resolved. And they probably would excuse the jury and then we would see it. Or maybe tomorrow morning we'll see it before anything else. We'll see. So, okay. All right. I think that's about it. I think that's all the questions that I got. I apologize if I have skipped any questions here. Yeah, sidebar. All right, guys. I think that for me about does it. I don't think that there is. Oh, okay. Here's a question. Debbie Faison Cook, can you explain Rule 14? And actually, before I do that, let me point out the poll because I just closed it out. So we had 777 votes for which way people are leaning, if any, regarding Karen Reed's guilt. 64% said not guilty. 29% said need more information. 5% said guilty. So, okay. Keep in mind, the jury has to be unanimous one way or another. Because we're talking about a criminal conviction here. It's got to be unanimous. All righty. Okay, so now explaining Rule 14. All right, good timing. My earbud died. Explaining Rule 14. So that is okay. This is a rule that is particular to Massachusetts. I have to look it up while we're talking about it because basically this is discovery. This is pretrial discovery for criminal cases specifically, and it outlines like all of the stuff that the prosecution has to hand over to the defense. And this is very common in criminal cases is the prosecution has to hand over basically everything to the defense. Very often the defense doesn't have to hand over much of anything to the prosecution because technically the defense doesn't have to put on the case. All of the burden is with the prosecution. But here there is a provision that basically says that, you know, after the Commonwealth has to provide all of this discovery to the defendant, an on or before a date agreed on between the parties or in the absence of such agreement, okay, whatever, like by a certain date, basically the defendant has to disclose to the prosecution and permit the Commonwealth to discover, inspect, and copy any material and relevant evidence discoverable under this other subdivision relating to the prosecution, which the defendant intends to offer at trial, including the names, addresses, dates of birth, and statements of those persons whom the defendant intends to call as witnesses at trial. So in other words, there's a discovery cutoff, and both sides have to provide the evidence that they have at that point, like in their possession. They've got to present that over to the other side. That was what the Rule 14 issue was with the Katie McLaughlin photos. There was that the defense had those photos in their hands, and the prosecution said, we've never seen this before. And the prosecution had that for like 6 months or something. Now,
the defense did cite to some case law for their point to say that we should be allowed to admit it because we are intending to offer it only for purposes of impeachment. We weren't going to be admitting it, during our cross-examination, except for the fact that she opened her big fat mouth and said that we're just acquaintances, we're not really friends. So that's for purposes of impeachment. They cited a case law. I haven't had a chance to look it up yet, but I've been meaning to, because if I was wrong about the impeachment piece, I know that some other people have said that if in fact it is to be offered for purposes of impeachment, it should be allowed in. I was under the impression, I couldn't see anything from Rule 14 that said that, but if there's case law that says it, that's why it's good to look at the case law, because sometimes the rule or the statute doesn't have everything outlined in there to represent the full four corners of the law as it is right now. I hope that explains things for you. MZ, thanks so much for gifting one Legalbytes membership. So Urshka Podrashki, you have been gifted a membership. Welcome, or I think welcome back to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here. I hope you can join us on Friday for our casual Friday members only live stream, where we will we'll be talking about all kinds of stuff. Maybe more of the Karen Reed trial, but probably other stuff too. Alrighty. Okay, so Debbie Fiazon Cook. Yeah, good question. So there's a deadline, but the new pictures shouldn't be affected by that. Yes, exactly. And that's the deadline. If they happen to come across evidence after that point. So here's something that this has been my experience, at least in civil discovery, is you make discovery requests on the other side, whatever it is that they have that is, relevant and discoverable at the time, they have to provide to you. You're entitled to it. There's exceptions. There's confidentiality stuff that you have to kind of work through, but generally speaking, they have to provide it. And then the same thing when they ask you for your stuff. Now, if you come across stuff later after they've requested it, you're not required to go out of your way to give this stuff to them if they haven't requested it, if they haven't made another request, because what they can do is ask for supplemental discovery, and you can do the same thing. You can do that all the way up, leading all the way up to trial, and then that way everything that they have, they know everything that you have, and that's generally good practice to do that, so that you have no crazy surprises at trial. Now, that's my experience with civil discovery. I don't know if there is a similar sort of mechanism in criminal law with criminal discovery. It wouldn't surprise me if they did. But there are enough things that are different that I'm not fully sure if they have that. So, but for sure, if something was just over the weekend that they got because it got an influx of photos from people from the internet, then that is they're letting them know first thing Monday morning about the fact that they got all this stuff. So they definitely are giving notice of stuff that they have. So there shouldn't be an issue. Rule 14 should not come in to impact the admissibility of these other photos. It sounds like the only issue that the judge has indicated that she might have is a cumulative effect. But I think that the defense is going to make, of course they're going to make a very strong argument about why that isn't the case, because there's different information there. There's different information that looks more damaging for the witness, instead of just there's just more pictures and more pictures from 10 years ago. They're much more recent. They're much more familiar in a lot of ways. And so it does seem like they are different. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay. All right, folks. That's got to be all the questions here. All right. I better get going because I've got a double recap to put together for days 5 and 6 together, so that you guys can have that tomorrow morning America time, North America time, I guess we could say. And yeah, that's about it. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for joining me for this. Thank you for helping me work out through this crazy insanity with this evidence gathering and maintenance. Absolutely insane stuff today, just similar to yesterday. And yeah, Thank you for joining me. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for buying memberships. Thank you, of course, as always, to the mods for helping to make sure that everybody is having a good, robust discussion and in a way that is productive. I love it. Love to see it. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day, whatever's left of it. And I'll see you guys in the next video.